Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Fix that problem quick. How's it going? I forget. What the heck is this mess here? What in the heck is this mess here? Alright, let's get rid of some of these points quick, because this is a big mess. Oppies, Wayne Billy Elliott. How are you guys? Oh, Bodine. I don't know how long I'll be streaming this morning, but I'll go as long as I can. Is that better? That's a little bit better. Let's see if I can't make more sense of that now. Okay, that's not gonna work. Delete that point there. Here, back to here. Fixing some auto drive stuff quick. This is a big old mess right here. Alright. And then I just need to... Morning, Nico. That should work a little bit better. Before, I was trying to hit the button to go. I wanted to turn me all the way around. It's better. I guess a little bit better. Hoppies, thank you for coming in with those 70 bits. I appreciate that. Good morning, I almost had you. How have I been? Yeah, well, I haven't been streaming as much lately. Past few days I haven't even been able to be sitting at my computer, so got annoyed with Twitch being twitchy. It happens. It does happen. Hoping my pain meds kick in here and allow me to sit down for a little while. But we shall see. I should have a truck over here, I think. I do have a truck over here. Look at that. How you been otherwise there, Bodine? Probably eat something before I take another one of these, but I can't wait. Just put down the little thingy. Stocking up on lime for next year. $6.5 million. Oh, what state is that in? And what's in it? It's currently cultivated. Nothing's in it. Oh, that's good. Question is, do I even want to put anything in that field for the time being? Oh, what did I have over here for soil types? Straight loam. I could do that. Alright, I need to come over here. Do-do-do-do. Alright, fix that so I can at least see what people have been saying. Splitting your time between AFS and ATS. Nice. I have not played ATS in a few weeks. I missed it. It was too far over. There it goes. Of course you won't. Alright, sugar beets, just because. Why not have a small field of sugar beets? tried to build the new Smuckers factory yet? I have not. I know Dave put out an update for it this week, but I haven't tried to build it yet. I have not done much the last several days, other than lay in bed, which is very annoying. Let's see. LS, auto width, down a touch. Rid of the offset, back. There we go. Yeah, the back has been especially bad the last couple of days, so I have not done much. I need to fix something quick. Otherwise, I'm gonna waste a lot of fertilizer. Giving up trying. It's because of the if you're using precision farming that the turning on and turning off is a precision farming issue. It just has to do with them trying to adjust the fertilizer to a certain state every time it runs its calculation on your map. Are you using precision farming, or are you just using like seasons? Not even seasons. That's weird. I know Fieldwork's some of the laggiest parts of the game, but I don't know what would be causing hitching or stuttering. Unless you've got... Is it like the workers are not working like they're supposed to? Does it act like they're skipping parts of the fields? Or does it happen when you're doing it too? Every second the screen freezes for a split second. Any work at all. I'm thinking you've got a Lua script running that's causing issues. I want to say it was 150 Bodine, but I don't recall what I set it to after I updated the other day. Might be 180. I don't remember what number I used. Pay attention. Have you checked your log file lately at all? I almost had you. All the mods I use work fine on other maps, but my map is made from Europa 64, which may need to be altered to fix it. It could be something happened when you were changing the map around. It's a possibility. I know there's a lot of things that can happen during that process. Tried 225 on a single size map, and I did the whole map in about 60 samples. Yeah, I guess I don't remember what I've got it set to right now. I want to say it's 180. But I don't remember what I did with it the last time around. Setting up and adjusting farmlands. That could have something to do with it. With setting up the farmlands. It might be that the farmlands got... something happened with the farmlands when you were setting them up. Especially if it's getting really hitchy or laggy. During that phase, when you're trying to do field work, and it doesn't want to update the farmlands properly. That very well could have something to do with it. Is it throwing any errors in your log when it does it, or is it just stuttering? If it's not throwing any errors, then I would say it's definitely to do with the way you have the farmland set up. Leave a big old strip down the middle of my field. That's why I hate side planting on hills. inspect my field 3 because it is linked to field 2 for no reason and I'm working a contract on it. Some of the field said it is not owned, even border of farmlands of yeah, that sounds like it's probably your culprit. If it's linking like that, what's happening is every time you try to do field work, it's trying to differentiate, and it's causing it to affect both fields at the same time. So it's probably what's happening is it's eating up a lot of system memory to try and do it, which causes the freezing and stuttering. Ow, ow! Don't arch back to try and stretch. Ah, that hurts. Yeah, I can understand the patience side of it. Map work is a lengthy process. Trees, lots of trees. Let's see. Perhaps I should try and get Domino Sugar up and running. I'm pretty sure I put all of the materials I need into that bridge. Though I'll have to look. I will have to double check. I remember bringing materials down there, but I don't think I brought them all down. Grr, bad planter, what are you doing? Why are you drifting down the hill? Almost got 3 built so far, nice. I think I might have 3 left to build. Because I know I have these 2 over here left to build. And I believe I've got this one here left to build. I don't remember if I did the one down south. I cannot remember. I don't know why I'm bothering to plant sugar beets, but I am. Which bridges do you need to build to get to the power company that runs PMS? If you've already gotten access to this area here via the tunnels, then you can get by with just building those 2 bridges right here. But my suggestion is just build this one here, because this one bridge will allow you to get up to this area. And PSE&G is the one that runs PMS. Other than that, if you want to be able to drive all the way up here, you'd have to build a bridge here, one here, one here. Or if you've got this bridge here built that allows you to get up to PSE&G, you've got one bridge here that will allow you to get over into this area. A very severe case of heartburn last night. Was hoping for the end, but eventually the oxy kicked in. Well, at least it kicked in and allowed you to get to sleep. In my case, I have a cat staring at me through my vent. Would you like to come in and visit me, kitty? Hello, kitty. What are you doing? Cat's being weird. Got 17 bridges built. Working on the last one now. Nice. I've been slacking on the bridge building lately. I have the one to Cargill built, the one to the textile factories building, and the one that supplies the southern farm. Yeah, that's kind of how I did mine, is I focused first on getting to the other farms. I started with this bridge here, and then this bridge, as well as this one over here. And then I filled in this bridge, this bridge, this bridge. This one here was my 4th one built heading up to PSE&G. But I had done this one and these ones down in through here before I got to this bridge and started working on the bridges up in here. I only recently built this bridge. How's it going, Papa 55 can? I'm gonna try and tough it out so I can stream for a little bit today, but it has not been a good start to my morning. So, I'm just gonna take it a little bit at a time and go for as long as I can. I should have enough in there to do this entire field. Keyword should. We'll see. Oh, that's not good. Oh. Went to burp and had some acid reflux. Ugh. Not fun. If you're going as long as you can, end up in bed for a couple. I think a lot of it has to do, Nico. The past few days I've been in way more pain than usual because I had a a chiropractic appointment last week, and when he did the adjustment on my back, I think it was he tried to adjust it in a different manner this time, and when he did, it I think it did me more harm than good. So it's been more painful than it had been in the past. And I think a lot of it has to do with that last chiropractic appointment. I go back to see him again tomorrow morning, so we'll see what happens, I guess. That, and I don't think having to drive around and plow last week helped me out any. We'll see. There's a possibility he'll do this next one for no charge anyway, because he is a pretty good chiropractor. He's done something similar in the past. We. Oh, I'm stuck. Of course I'm stuck. Always. Are you really still stuck on that? Go away. That's better. Internet connection is being twitchy again. I say, mine seems to be okay. I haven't had any issues with the stream on my computer, but it's not saying much. Oh good, it finally did fill up like it's supposed to. Halfway full. It is modded a little bit. I've tweaked it some. So, mostly in its pickup speed and empty speed, I believe. The other day, had your flatbed trailers freak out at the concrete factory. You unhook the truck from them and stood into this weird floating dancer. Yeah, that sounds odd. No idea what would cause that. Send you down to... Oh... Dusty Lane. I'll send this one over to Johnson Farm. No, not the trailer. The Frazee. Sounds like there might have been something going on with your trailers if they were dancing across the map. Never had them move after I disconnect them, but... I guess anything's possible. You can add something to do. You need to turn on auto load before you hit the pusher. Possibly if the pallets were trying to push up against the trailers. It's a possibility that might have had something to do with it. You'll find, Honda Teddy, that I do tweak numbers on a lot of mods here and there, which is why I don't use PB Tools to update, because it would change around like half my mods. The immortal words of Dave and X-Man, I cheat. Only way I got them to stop was, yeah, sometimes that happens. Occasionally, if something happens to some of this equipment, the only way to get it to stop acting up is to reset it. I prefer not to call it cheating, I prefer to call it efficiency. I'm being more efficient in my time. Be more efficient with my time. Had the same problem. I used to edit all the bridges in factories to only require 50 of each. Yeah, I stopped making any adjustments to the map, at least until Dave is complete with the map. Once he's done with the map, I might tweak a few things. Like I used to tweak the BGA and some of the other odds and ends, but it would get to a point where I got sick of redoing it every week. So I got a modded BGA to use. Well, these trailers used to be much more efficient. Same with this bucket. But I made them less efficient. Well, probably what happened, Honda Teddy, is when you used PB mods to update, or the PB tools, it probably saw the milling machine or Frazee in your folder, and it updated it because it was a different it had a different date than the one that was in your mod folder, so it would have updated it to be current with the PB tools, and it overwrote your previous file, if I had to guess. Well, I don't know. I wanted to limit the quote cheatiness, so I wasn't catching too much flack for it. Yeah, it's the milling machine, the Frazee. It comes part of the pack, I believe. But this bucket used to be 1.8 million, and the trailers used to be 6 million. I could have sworn that the let's see. I could have sworn the milling machine was part of the mod pack. Let's see. Oh, that's right. I need to use a different. Gotta use a different PV mods.com. Gotta use a different browser. Doesn't like the other browser. It doesn't like the other browser. Forgot about that. Yeah, that'll take a few minutes. I'll unzip it and see what's in it. Burial Bruxtus. That's why I probably won't ever stream. No one can see. Give me flack for your efficiency. Yeah. Yeah, the Brux, I don't think is part. It might be. I can't remember what's in the mod pack. It's been so long. Yeah, that's probably the best way to do it. Take anything that you're fond of for a specific capacity or whatever, and then if you update with PV Tools, be able to um, move it back into the folder when you're done. Port Washington. Sell points. Port Washington. Alright, right there. Maybe you can figure out how to change it. You've never tried it before. It's not too hard to change. It's just a little bit of XML editing. Also edit the title and mod folder. Can help you if you edit a mod. I would recommend against doing that, Wayne. Simply because if you change the title, what can happen is all of the base inside the inner file all of the files within the mod stay. Let's see. For example, if you were to do the Tree Maverick and then you rename this folder, this zip folder, what's going to happen is all of your, of course I have everything on the other window, all your store information and all of your information for where it pulls up inside your mod list when you're starting your game will be the same, so you'd end up with potentially 2 copies in there, and you won't know which one's which. So if you oh, wrong button. If you change just the name of the zip file, you could end up having to deal with multiple copies in there. And if you go in and edit the mod description, you can still end up again with a second copy of the mod inside your mod folder. Because if this doesn't match, the Tree Maverick's a bad example, but say you were using the sawmill and you tweak something about the sawmill and you change this name, the next time you use PV Tools, it's going to put another sawmill back in. And it can cause a lot of issues, potentially in that manner. So I Almost Had You has a better way of doing it. Take like a sawmill, for example, or the any vehicle you typically use that you've changed capacities or something like that, and put it in a favorite folder. So when you're done using PV Tools, you can copy your favorite folder back over and readjust any of your capacities that might have gotten reset. Brux is insane. Chips trees and deletes stumps clean at 40 miles an hour. There you go. But as far as the Frazee goes, that's right, it's in here as a Frazee. It's in Open Archive. No, close you. Open here. The once you open the XML, Honda Teddy, yeah, I use the Tree Maverick too. I like it a lot better than the Brux. It's worked a lot better for me. But once you go into your Frazee, open up the XML, and the points you're going to be looking for to edit are going to be this here, the working width, is simply for what it shows in the store. But if you come down here to the side width and length, edit these two numbers, and then further down here you'll see your empty speed and your fill per second. Changing these will make it work faster. Then you can also do your capacity, but if you do the capacity too high, make sure you add the update mass equals false. Otherwise it'll be too heavy to move. Let's see, is that other file done downloading now? Windows dialog. No, I don't want to open you. I just want to download you. Alright, you're downloaded. You are downloaded. Downloads. The Frazee isn't in here. I thought it was. Yeah, the Brux is. I thought the Frazee was in here too. Like I said, it's been so long, I don't remember what's in the base mod pack anymore. I haven't looked at it in forever. Alright, where was I? Let's come down over... you know what? Government building will work better. Government building will work... Okay, I haven't finished that one yet. I have 4 left to do. I have not finished this one down here yet. What am I missing? Not a problem, Honda Teddy. What am I missing over here at this bridge? You're not the one. Oh, it's building. Gotcha. I have everything in it, it's just not built yet. Perfect. That works. That works. So maybe I should start working on Domino Sugar. Thank you for that follow, T. Miller. How are you doing today? Yeah, I can probably start working on this. Oh, you're odd numbers. And you take almost nothing to build. Okay. Good morning, Amethyst Neon. It's good to hear, T. Miller. Alright, so I need 1 concrete, 2 steel, a drywall, a block, and a barrier pallet. I'm gonna forget all that. I guarantee it. Where's my flatbed? Well, I've had better days, but it's not too bad right now. As long as I stop trying to stretch my back, I should be all set. Where did I leave my flatbed trailers? That's the real question. Alright, time to add a route over to my silo at Johnson Farm. Alright, this is a mess. Alright. Ready for summer. Only thing I like about the winter is the lack of insects. Yeah. I prefer winter over summer, simply because you can always add layers to get warm. In the summertime, you can only legally take off so many layers before they call it indecent exposure. Really? I hate it when I accidentally turn on caps lock. I just shut caps lock off, I know I did. That's better. Alright, so I need to tweak you over a little bit. And then connect you. Something like that. Yeah, that'll work. Doesn't have to be pretty. And you can still be hot even after you run out of layers to take off. Yes, exactly. You can only take off so much, and even after you take it all off, you might still be too hot. Alright, that should take care of a route for Johnson Silo now. About time I added that. Sunburn, yeah, you could end up with that too. That's what sunscreen's for. SPF 1000. Hmm. Oh goody. There is a auto. How can you not reach Hilltop from here? Seriously? Was this loop not connected to anything? How are you not able to get to Hilltop Farm? That is strange. Let's go see what happened. Do. Why are you not working? I'm assuming, yep, you just go around the outside. My face is shedding again. You know the worst thing about having a really big beard? Digging loose hairs that fall out of your keyboard. It's no fun. Alright, now why won't you connect to Hilltop Farm? What is this nonsense? Alright, forget that nonsense for a minute. Why won't you connect to Hilltop Farm? Okay, this is supposed to connect here. That'd get me to the silo. What do you mean you can't reach Hilltop Farm from here? What is going on all of a sudden with auto drive? Does the GPS mod affect performance like auto drive in Courseplay? Not as far as I'm aware, because the GPS mod is only going to work when you're using it. So it's not like you've got extra workers on the map. I just find it especially helpful when I'm planting my own fields, or if I am making new fields to keep nice straight lines. I find it very helpful for that. Not a double line. Single line. That should take care of the can't reach the hilltop farm thing. Now let's go test it. Let's see if that fixes the issue. Oh, hey. Well. Help if I was paying attention. Time to delete lots of buttons. Because I'm a schmuck. Da, 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 da. Oops. Wrong point. Alright, this point, that point, that point. That all of them? That's all of them. Good. Why did you do that? That's better. Now let's try it again. Oh, okay. He's only got a single route coming through there. Okay, it's time to add another route. I will add another route. One more point, please. There we go. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. And back over here. I'll come off of this pin here. There. That should fix some of my issues with you can't reach Hilltop Farm. Ha! There. That's better. I had to fix it. Just squeezing in here. Not that you got used for very long, but I'll clean you up nonetheless. Wash it before I put it away. Why is the dirt not wanting to come off it properly? Nice and shiny new. And there we go. I forgot to wash an item. I'll get it when I come back. And something like that. And drop that there. Back this into the shed over here. And voila. Like that. Now I am thinking, did I bring over a trailer for over here for unloading stuff when I'm done? I've got that. That's not gonna work though. I need a dump trailer for harvest season. Yes, kitty? Why are we scratching at my side? Meow? Hi to you too? I have to go pick up the dump trailer. So I guess I don't have one for over here. Unless I stuck it in one of these other sheds. Why does it... do I get the impression I didn't buy one yet? Or did I just stick it in one of these sheds over here? No, those are all headers. No, those are all headers. I will need a dump trailer. Okay. That's fine. I can do that. Stupid kitty. There, that's better. That's better. All nice and clean. Put the rest of the equipment away. That's a lot of silage. I forget where I was parking this thing. I suppose I can stick it in here. Like that. See if I can manage to drop this off over here in the corner. Perfect. Just like that. Alright. I'm pretty sure I had you stuck in that shed there. Like so. This thing works way too slow. That's gonna have to get changed. At least a 15. That's what everything else is at. Jeez. Wandering off the path. Excuse me. Oh, that hurt. There is no way a farmer would buy this thing to run it at that slow of a speed. No way. The stripes happen because of the precision farming mod. If you ever watch and pay attention, as it's going along, you'll see this value over here jumping up and down. Essentially what it's doing is it's checking the soil versus what's planted in it, and it's adjusting this value to what.
Have you ever had a dream that you could
So what's happening is it's trying to put down so much fertilizer per hectare, and you'll notice that it jumps up and down, and as the amount of necessary fertilizer changes, you'll see the value jump up like it's not trying to, like it doesn't want to add any. Sounds like Biden. It does sound a lot like Biden. Now that you say that, that's kind of disturbing, especially in a little kid's voice. So what happens is when you see that value jump up, it stops it. How's it going, Beretta HD? When the value jumps up, so that it's not trying to apply any, you'll see it stop applying, and then it'll jump back down and apply, and that's what causes the striping in the fields like that. It's just a precision farming thing. It's It's how precision farming gets around the adjusting of the application rate. Oh, I'm doing. Hoping to settle in and get a couple of hours in streaming, but it's all gonna depend on my back. See, so now that I'm here, you see this target reached number. If there was any point in the field where I wasn't at the amount at the target I need, see on loam my target's way up here. On sandy loam the target is here. So what happens is as it's checking as I go across the field, it's adjusting to this target number. And what happens is it'll adjust to add a certain amount. If it's way down here, it's going to adjust it up to this number. But every so often, it will say I've got enough for that little patch of ground, so you'll see the bar jump back and forth, and that's what causes the striping. I guess it's how they decided to code precision farming. If I take it too much easier, Beretta, I'm going to end up permanently making a, not that there probably already isn't one, but an indent of myself in the bed. So I haven't left my bed much in the last couple of days. On a side note, if anybody has any TV shows or movies that they recommend watching, throw them in chat. Because I've already gone through 2 TV shows in the last 4 days. I just finished watching all 3 seasons of Siren, and before that I finished up another TV show. Running out of things to watch. Alright, this farm, I believe, does have... Yes, trailers over there. It's been a while since I've watched the NCISs, but I had at one point watched them all. So it's hard for me to get into watching them again. I'm open to most genres. Put that away. I don't know why that was open. Real Steel. That's a pretty good show, or a pretty good movie. They're supposed to be putting out a second one, too, at some point. Oh, that's right, this one didn't need... Oh, I will need a trailer for Poppy. Poppies aren't going to be in bales. Looks like you're going to have to go pick up a trailer for Poppies. Chicago Fire. I'll have to check those. The only kicker is they have to be on a streaming service. The Good Doctor was a decent one. I started watching that at one point, but I never finished, so I might have to go back and redo that one. If I can remember what service it was on. As funny as it is at times for Gordon Ramsay, I don't know. He kind of ruined a lot of those cooking shows for me. trailers. Where are you? This one, I need one with a gray rim and a red body. And I need one with a Fendt. Huh. I didn't know IMDb did streaming TV. Alright, you can go over to Hilltop now. Down here, Hilltop Farm. Download shows from BitLord. Yeah, I don't do the BitTorrent shows anymore. I used to. Heck, at one point in time I had a 500 gig hard drive full of TV shows and movies. Now I've got subscriptions to Netflix, Hulu, and Disney Plus, so if I can't find something to watch across those, oh, and Amazon Prime, I tend not to bother. The veterinary shows. Live in the Philippines. Yeah. I guess a lot of it does depend on where you're located as far as what you have access to. Oh, why did I do that? That's what I get for trying to stretch my back out. Alright, you're gonna go back down to Dusty Lane now. There we go. And Port Washington. Washington. There. SWAT 911. And Engine 51. They made SWAT a TV show? Oh, yeah, alright, yeah. I'm actually most of the way through SWAT. Ah. Or maybe I feel like I'm most of the way through it because I started watching it and my wife started watching it and she, like, finished it. It kind of, like, ruined parts of it for me. Took the suspense out of it, you know? Alrighty. Oh, now I remember why I had some money. You stupid. Well, I've got some more mining to do. Yep, I have some more mining to do. remember why I had so much. Yep, now I remember why I had so much money. I don't have any harvesters. I sold them all off so I could buy new ones. And I never bought them. And I just spent all my money. Northwood's Law was a good show. Do you know where Northwood's Law was filmed? Because I do. I've met some of the officers from the show. Join the dark side. You installed Courseplay on AutoDrive. Welcome to the fun side, Jaskar. Yes, it is, Bodine. Yes, it is. I have met some of the officers that have been on that show, as far as the game wardens go, and let's just say I am not surprised by some of the idiots that get busted for doing stupid stuff. Oh, it's been so long now. I recognize some of them, not necessarily from like, hey, how's it going? You know, meeting them that type of way. But I do come across a lot of game wardens in some of my travels. So I've seen and spoken to several. And then later recognized them on the show, but it's been a while since I've watched it. AutoDrive does make things a lot easier. Courseplay can help a lot if you're a fan of adjusting your field sizes. But AutoDrive makes a huge difference in getting equipment around the map. Suppose I should clean out the pigs. It has been a while. Oh, excuse me. Oh, they moved it to New Hampshire now? It's been a good couple of years since I last watched that show. So yep. Moving around the products around the map and the equipment around the map, it is a big difference using AutoDrive. You can't stand the big grass borders, just allow the AI to. Neither can I. I mean, you've seen a lot of my fields. Day 9 of spring, year 3. Wow. Yeah, I'm still in year 2. I haven't been playing much lately. It's possible. I haven't looked at the show in a while. Our current governor probably, I would not put it past her to do something like that. In the least. $710 hours now. Nice. I think I'm close to 315. Just restarted solo. The desync on a server killed you. Yeah, I can 100% see that, Tundra. Though I do believe Dave is in the process of optimizing a lot of the map to make it more server friendly. And single player friendly, for that matter. Taking out different, I think that's it's been a few days since I talked to him, but I know that was one of his focuses recently. Was working on taking things out of the map that were unnecessary and cleaning things up to make it run better. A couple years ago, so it may have been the previous one if you got a new one recently. No, she's been in office a couple years. Let's see, do a quick Google search. Northwoods Law TV show. Yeah, see, Rick LaFlamme, I've met him before. Simmons sounds familiar. 2016. When was she replaced? I don't recall. The B word. 2019. Yeah, it could be that LePage had canceled it prior to. But I didn't even realize they were still airing episodes of it. It's on Animal Planet? Interesting. I'll have to go see if I can't find that and watch it some. No, you're right. He cannot optimize the really bad engine. That is 100% true. But there is a lot of changes he can make to help things out in the meantime. Especially when it comes to some of the polys, the way some of the fields work and stuff like that. There's a lot of changes he can make there. Just to help get back frame rates here and there. Stuff he picked up on from the when he started the 64X map. How's it going, soft stuff? They're up to season 15. Yeah, that's what I was just seeing. They're up there. They're quite a bit up there. What in the heck? Where did this come from? Oh, I'm doing. Trying not to move too much. There's a wall there. In case anybody was interested. Downloaded the Truckee app. It's pretty good. Not a problem. Yeah, I haven't messed around with ATS too much lately, so... I'm slacking. I haven't even really been playing too many games lately. There we go. That's where I left off. Over here at Yon Apple Orchard. I had to take the game save of my server. It's got to be too much for it. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, due to Giants optimization, makes it very difficult on servers. Those ones appear full. That one appears full. How about the greenhouses? Oh wow, I'm finally done with all of the pallets. Yeah. Yay! Things aren't going right if I haven't rolled over at least once. Alright, just have to apply the proper leverage. Just have to apply the proper leverage. There. Send this back over to the construction storage. Stick all the pallets in, or no, Cogent storage, not pallet. Not construction, Cogent. Wrong storage. And I don't think you were the trailer I was looking for. No, you're not. Next road. Because the next road I wanted to do, that's the road I want to turn at. Squishing people. Oh, I keep forgetting I need to change that. Wanted to make some tweaks to the old beehives. I really would like to know where I put that other truck. I forget what I was doing with it. Pallets. Right here. How's it going, Scurvy? Yeah, Satisfactory, I know when I first picked it up, it did, I played it for a little bit, and I probably only played it for like an hour, hour and a half, and then I was kind of like, I'll come back to it. And then I went back to it at one point and sunk a crazy amount of hours into it. But I've been on hiatus while I'm waiting for the new update to come out. Because I'm at that point now where I'm working on a lot of the Tier 7 stuff. And I know it's about to change drastically, so I have temporary production in place for the time being. Just to get some of the materials I need to build with. But I know when that new update comes out, it's going to completely change around Tier 7 as well as adding in Tier 8. So I'm lax to sit there and develop my entire... yeah, if it's on sale for $12, that is a good price if you don't have any of the DLCs. And then once the new update comes out, I'll probably play quite a bit because it's adding nitrogen gas and a bunch of other little odds and ends to the game. But it will allow me to do a lot of the Tier 8 and Tier 7 stuff without having to redo the entire factory again. You know what I mean? Probably didn't help you butt ATS at the same time. Yeah. It definitely wouldn't help. Will it work with the game? I don't think so, T. Miller. Actually, I'm almost positive that it won't. Because Steam is Steam and Epic is Epic. I have a lot of coffee. Send you to... Which Starbucks was I sending you to? That one. Okay, somewhere in here I will have a truck and a trailer. Ah, there you are. I was wondering where I'd left you. That must be the $8,000 I got this morning when I first signed in. That's better. This is the truck I was looking for. Thank you for that follow, Dens178. Welcome to the community. How are you doing this morning? Or afternoon, depending on where you might be. Got FS19 free on Epics when they offered it back in August or October. Well, if you've got it on Epic, you can always get the season pass on Epic and get all the DLCs, but then you'd have to install the Epic version instead of the Steam version so that the DLCs would activate properly. And I don't know how that would I don't know if that would do anything to like save files or anything like that. I'm assuming as long as you back things up okay and then you reinstalled, it would probably be fine. You might have to move your mod folder depending on where you've got your mod folder set. But if you're using PB Tools, it shouldn't be too big of an issue. Though it might even mess with your PB Tools because it would change your install path. So I mean, $12 is a good price, but there might be quite a bit of hassle to it. Maps and mods are on a different drive. Yeah, like I said, the only thing that I could foresee causing issues would be some of the pathing and stuff that goes into it. Whoa, what the heck happened there? Get over here. I love the cloud of dust that comes off the trailer as it flies through the air, telling me I should probably wash the trailer. But I'm too lazy. There we go. Looking for a good ISX idle sound file. Yeah, I don't do much with the sound files, so that is one thing I will not be able to help you out with. Alright, I needed 2 steel. 1 drywall. 2 steel. 1 barrier. You should be on cargo containers. Cargo containers, cargo containers. Alright, while that's doing that, go double check what I need to build this thing again. Alright, so I'll need 1 concrete, one block while I'm there. Pull forward, concrete in a block pallet. Faster than waiting for the... Do you use concrete pallets or liquid from the truck? I typically do the concrete truck and do liquid instead of the pallets, because then I can take one load of 100,000 without having to mess with several different loads of pallets. If that makes sense. I also have sacks in the concrete plant, so I get the cargo containers as well. Yep, concrete is no longer the issue for me, now it's steel. But I'm not going to build another steel factory just for the sake of steel. I don't have that much left to build. Yeah, they're getting a little bit better. Well, I say I don't have that much more left to build, but I actually do. I do have quite a bit left to build. Pay attention. That is in the plans. Bridge that factory's building now. Yep. Yeah, I put it off for a long time and then finally did it. And it was kind of like, why did I wait so long? I should have put a higher priority on it. My biggest problem, though, I think, is I'm gonna... Not that I have a issue with supply on sacks at the moment, but I know I will run into an issue with lack of cotton. You have Smuckers left to place? Yeah, I've still got to place Smuckers, and I think I've got a couple other small ones I've still got to place. Alright, so that's coming off the exit. This is going on. Probably not going to go over while trying to haul a triple up this ramp, but we shall find out, I guess. Make sure there's nothing else to disconnect. Or reconnect, I should say. So those are there as well. I was having a lot of issues with vehicles driving off at the end of this bridge, so I can't remember what I disconnected and reconnected over here.
He jumped in before I did. You beat me to it.
What?
Oh, you haven't been on in like 2 days. I was gonna stream this morning, but that's okay. You can stream. I'll hang out with you.
Yeah, I've been laid up in bed pretty much the last couple days.
Yeah, I know. You weren't around.
Yeah, a couple of days I managed to start the computer, but then I sat down and went, nope.
So, guys, no stream today. I'll just hang out with Darius.
I've been here for like 2 hours already.
I had to make breakfast. I was gone for about an hour.
That explains it. I say I saw you down on the other channel, but I just popped in here, and I don't know how long I'll last. For now, the back's holding out, but we'll see. If it starts to bother me too much, I won't. Won't be streaming too long, so we'll see what happens. I think I got everything reconnected now. I had too many people drive off this bridge in auto drive, so I started deleting a bunch of nodes to see if I could stop them from driving off the end of it. It's like I delete a set of nodes, send somebody off on auto drive, and they drive off this bridge again. So I'd delete another set.
Yeah. Well, delete. Yeah, just make sure you know.
Well, yeah, that's why it's like, all right, which set do I need to delete to stop them from driving off the end of this thing? What the heck's going on? I was getting frustrated. So now I need to make sure I've reconnected them all, because like I said, I deleted probably 8 different points. It feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you have it peel off over the... Do you? Why don't you have it... Oh, so it goes that way first and then comes back around? Is that what you have it doing?
For which one?
Well, I'm looking when it comes off this off-ramp here. It goes...
Yeah, it goes
way.
to the sugar... Yeah, you're at the sugar factory, right?
Oh, that's where I was headed, yeah, but it goes off around the back instead of... Like
yeah, it's for the...
It turns to PSE&G and then comes back over this way.
Yeah, it does, and then it goes around the back of because of build it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just trying to shorten up the route in case I want to go straight to build it.
Well, you got it right there. I mean, it still gets you where you need to go. And plus, you're pulling 2 trailers, which I've always said is, or 3 is ridiculous because auto drive isn't set up for 3 trailers.
No, it works in 98% of the places I send it anyway. And I know I know it's going to end up having issues at times here and there. It's not a big deal.
What did I have for breakfast? I had eggs, little oatmeal, and some hot pork sausage.
Alright. That's those
Tundra.
products.
I am not ridiculous. Come on, you see 3 trailers pulling down the highway. The most we can have in our country is 2. And that's only in some states.
You can do triples out west.
Not all states can do triples.
No, but there are some. Alright, I need boards, epoxy. So
I don't have any
epoxy,
bacon in the house. That's Beretta. No bacon.
I mean, granted, you're not going to be doing triples of a 48-foot flat deck, no, but...
No, exactly, and it probably, when you got triples in, it's probably equals to 2 regular size trailers, so...
Yeah. But no, what I was saying is when you first come off of this ramp here, you had it turn to go to PSE&G, loop, and then come back. You didn't have it connected across here, so all I did was throw a connection in quick. That way, when the trailer came off, it didn't go that way and then come back.
Okay.
That's why I was saying I just threw a connection in quick, because it went to PSE&G and then came back this way.
That's fine.
Little shortcuts here and there. I had to add a few in around Hilltop, too, because when I was at field 95, and I sent it to Hilltop Farm, it was telling me it couldn't find Hilltop Farm. Because there was no connection across here back to Hilltop, and it didn't know which way to go to get back to Hilltop. I was like, seriously? You're just up the road from Hilltop. Alright, so now I need to get underneath, going in the other direction. Over there is probably the quickest way to do it, but I'm going to go this way instead. It's difficult. Is that where the on-ramp is? What the heck? Oh, excuse me. How long did it take you to set out the auto drive on PV County Excavator? I'm going to take a small guess and say at least 2 weeks.
It was at least 2 weeks. But I started it way early, too. I started doing the highways before the map was... I was doing grass. So, yeah, it's been... Yeah, a long time.
Alright, get back on here and see what other adjustments I might need to make to course or to auto drive as I head back towards the rest of the map. I know I've still got a bunch of connections here and there to make, but it's because I just recently built a few bridges too. That's right, what? Are they still doing the Pro Bowl the week after the Super Bowl, or are they doing it?
We're doing it this weekend, I thought.
I haven't paid attention at all, really, but I remember after the AFC championships, or after the championship games, not AFC necessarily, but I wasn't sure if today was the Pro Bowl or not. How's it going, Vortex? It is today? Ah. Oh, no Pro Bowl game this year? Just the competitions?
I don't know. Once the Packers lost, I'm done with football until next year.
Yeah, I didn't really pay attention at all to football this year, so. Probably because the biggest reason why I would get into football was when I was at work, you know, talking fantasy football with people and stuff like that. Now that I kind of work more for myself when I was working, it's like I didn't really... My wife's not a fan of football, so we tend not to talk football too much here at the house. Alright, I know I reconnected here. Have a PVC fantasy league next year. What, and have Dave troll us all by, like, coming up with some weird formula to, like... Alright, those those connections all look like they're good. So I don't think I messed with that any. I think I might have done something to this off-ramp over here, though. Back when I was trying to figure out how to stop it from driving off the edge of the bridge. Because I initially disconnected the on-ramps and the off-ramps over here and at the other end, thinking that it would prevent the highway system from getting used, and then forgetting the fact that in the middle of that little area of Hilltop, or Helinski or whatever it is there, that the highway drives right through and you can get on and off in the middle of the city, in the middle of the little town. So I went, oh, oops. After the third vehicle, I had go flying into the river. So I think I had broken the connection over here somewhere. That's why it couldn't find its way back. That's why it couldn't find it. And then I need to go like this. Go here to here. Here to here. I need to go from here. Like that. To that point, to that point. And then I'm going to go here. Connect this point to that point. And this point to that point, and that should help out some stuff. How do you insert the nodes manually in auto drive? I'm a version behind, so I don't know if the keys have changed, because I'm still on 1.106.
Hey, Vortex, just go to my my YouTube page or in articles on the website. I got tutorials on how to do that.
I was say I'm still using 1.106, so I don't know if it's the same key bindings or if it changed at all. But is it still left control? Hit left control and you can manually click on points.
You can no, it's different. You can just click on points. But like I said, just go to. It's easier just to watch my tutorial.
Yep, I would say you're probably right on that one. I've been slacking on updating Courseplay and AutoDrive. It's like they work for me, so I don't bother to ever really think about it. Especially where I don't go into the, I don't really go into the in-game mod manager at all to ever update, so it never crosses my mind, hey, there might be updates to some of these mods.
Right.
Thank you for that follow, Wyatt Santier. I'm hoping that's accurate. Welcome to the community. How are you doing today? That's good to hear. I suppose I can turn off all the little points now. Now that I reconnected the one route. Oh. Alright. Go get the last of the products headed over to Domino Sugar. I'm surprised, there's not a whole lot of materials needed for Domino. Compared to some of the other ones. Surprised me. I was thinking it'd need like at least 100,000 of some of those products. So I need boards, epoxy, nails. Now I can't remember. I made a mental list and forgot. Unload the excess back in there while I go grab a thing of boards. Boards are this side. Eek. Not a lot of boards left in there. Running out. Running out of boards and cogent. Alright. Go back over here to Domino Sugar quick. So I got the boards. I need 2 epoxy, 1 nail, 1 pipe, and 1 rebar. Alright, 2 epoxy, 1 nail, 1 rebar. And 1 pipe. I don't have enough nails. 1 pipe, 1 rebar. 2 epoxy. Alright, I should have a trailer around here somewhere that I can go. Oopsie! My bad. Alright, you need to need to adjust that so that worked out in the end, but that was kind of an oopsie moment. Helps you turn things on. How's it going, gamer guy? Alright, you can go back up to the lime mine now.
Morning, gamer guy. Not too bad. Darius beat me this morning. He got up earlier than I did.
Yeah, well, I was in bed pretty early last night, too. I didn't stay up late like I had been. Alright, send you up to the lime mine as well. Put you away. Find a spot to stick this thing. Where do I want to put this truck and trailer? That looks like a good spot right there. Help if I can back up. Help if I could back up. That's better. Alright, now I've got flatbed trailers around here somewhere. I know I do. Ooh. I want to empty these before I forget about them and fast forward through the night. Sent a bunch of sheep up to CM Meat Market and thought to forget about them. Kill them all off, fast forwarding through the night. Park this in there with that one. Those trucks, yep, that's good. You'll get filled back up again in a minute. But you're not a truck I was looking for. This one will work. I'll do my pallet factory run later. Alright, nails. I need small pallets. Or regular pallets. Oh, why do they have to live with the... Well, if they die, they disappear. And I don't think they want, like, week-old dead corpses at the meat market. They might start to, smell funny. Purina would still take them. Yeah, you're probably right. We don't need to put good ingredients in animal food. It's just animals. Right? Right. Alright, nails. 20 pallets. Hit the button. Just well aged. Yeah, sure. We'll call it well aged. All right. This will cover this part of it at least. Ah. About to sneeze.
the store pineapples.
Pineapples? I don't think he added them, no.
Yeah.
Because they were a late addition. I don't think they got added to the warehouse.
No, I think he's gonna make warehouses for those, so I don't think he's made it yet.
Yeah, you've got the...
I don't know if we...
He might have them in the produce storage already, but I don't think he ever added them because they were a late, like, afterthought.
Yeah, but you can't put any more in there. I think he's building a new one right now.
Yeah, I think you're right. I believe you are right. Crystal steel. Then they do not currently have a storage. I said I know they were kind of a late addition, so... Process. There it goes. 1 pallet of nails. Perfect. Yeah, you can put it on pizza.
Yes, you can if you like that, but some people don't. Just like me.
I'd prefer it on a nice, like, ham. Throw a ham shank in a crock pot with some pineapple on it and some glaze, and now you're talking. Why is my money freaking out? Probably because of the auto drive.
Yeah, because if he's got auto drive running, he's losing money.
It's weird. It doesn't really lose money. I think I turned them off. I don't remember.
Oh.
So it goes down but back up again? I don't remember.
He doesn't,
so
he doesn't play his employees either.
Is adding it to the juice factory when it's done? Yeah, I think you're right, because he wanted to add with storage too for all the Smucker's products. Ow. Brr, it's cold today. It is a cold one today. It's like -5 right now.
Nice.
And I got a big snowstorm coming in tomorrow night. No, it's warmed up some. It's up to a whopping 15 degrees. Holy cow. That's like a heat wave.
Good one, gamer guy.
You know, if you all paid your employees, that money would just keep going in a circle. Yeah. What in the heck are you doing way over there? One random auto drive point way out in the middle of nowhere. Might be going into late spring before I end stream. Build the Dole factory. Yeah, I've got mine finished. I'm trying to remember. I played so many factories recently, I don't remember what I've got finished and what I don't. I don't remember. I think Dole is one of the ones I finished. I think it's craft and chocolate that I've still got to finish in that area. I still have a few to place yet, so have to find a home for those too. I've still got to build in the winery production lines as well. Got it placed, haven't built in the production lines yet. I don't remember offhand. I want to say it was like 40 something, but I might be off on that. Ooh, that's no fun. Have you, seed and fertilizer. What's the contract for?
Pizza time.
$9,600 acres of wheat. Well, that's part of the problem. The contract doesn't pay for fertilizing. But 9,600 acres, that's crazy. How's it going, Dave?
Good morning.
What map are you on? Yep, apparently Dave's awake.
It helps if I turn my mic on. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Oh, you're playing around on yours? You might also have to adjust the contract prices too. Make them a little more lucrative. How's it going, Big Tigger?
Hey.
I'm doing all right for the time being. As long as I don't move around too much.
I thought X-Man be streaming this.
I apparently beat him to it.
Yeah, I did. I was gonna eat breakfast and then go on, and then I come down here and I'm like, oh, there he is on.
Oh, all right. Let's see. What are we working on this today? We're going into the map. Right.
Hey, Big Tigger.
Alright, that should be everything I need now for the sugar factory. Yes.
You haven't built the sugar factory yet?
Nope. I've owned the land, but I was waiting for the bridge to build, and then after I built the bridge, I just never came over to find out what I needed to put into it. It's got all of its product now. Won't take too much longer. Won't take long now. Well, it'll still take the build time, but yeah, I hadn't bothered to build the sugar factory yet. Me and my slackiness. Which factory takes the longest to build? That's a good question for Dave, because I don't know the length of build times.
Neither does Dave.
There's too many to keep track. Some seem to take a very long time, others don't. I want to say some of them used to be, what, 4 in-game days or something like that in seasons?
Yeah, that would be around the max usually. Well, it all depends on the length of season you're playing too.
Yeah, well, that's true too. So, that one's got a lot of factors to it, Bodine. That one has a lot of factors to it. Nine-day seasons. The
And then
vodka factory went fast.
4 days, maybe 5 currently.
Yeah, I know Wolfie's took a while, but I don't know if you've adjusted that one since. I think that one took like 4 days.
Yeah, that one took a little while.
Yeah, I've got a lot of factories I haven't finished building yet. Sam Adams took 5 days. That might be one of the longest at this point then. Might be okay, 6% done, almost 450k so far. But we'll get 5.8 million when finished. Yeah, it might. Yeah, you might be alright. It just probably seems like it's not gonna provide you much. 9,600 acres is crazy though. That's too big of a field. Send you back to construction storage. Do pineapples go into the farmer's market? I don't think they do. Unless Dave added them.
Not yet.
Say, I didn't think they did, but... hadn't thought they did, but I also haven't been around for a few days, so. 214-foot cedar at 90 miles an hour to try and get it done quick. Yeah, I think you're still gonna be like 2.5 hours though. If not longer. I know before I was on PV County, I was on one map that had it was like 2,100 acres or so. And that one took, it'd take me like 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours, and I had 3 of the the DB120s running at 30 miles an hour. And it still took me like 3.5, 4 hours to do that map. That one field. That's when I was like, yeah, no, this, as much as I might like the big fields, that's too much. Let's see, where do I want to send you? I will send you over to Metal Plus, I guess. Dave, do you need just 1 pallet per item per floor to build the production lines at Smuckers?
Yes.
Have you ever used Courseplay to run 3 or 5 tractors? Yes, I have, T. Miller. Not often, but I have, especially when I was doing like cultivating work and plowing work on these 2 fields. I have used multiple pieces. Oh, that reminds me, I should check on Dell Electronics quick. Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? I almost have a motor. Is it 1,000 or it's 1,000 for a motor, right, Dave? 1,000 liters.
It's 100. You have 2 motors ready.
Oh, I've got 2 motors ready? Aha. Well then, I should send a truck down here and get some motors. And some stuff to head on up and... Ooh, I've even got light kits now. Yay! I can start putting lights on buildings. Isn't that snazzy? I guess after you get done dropping off over there at the Metal Plus, I'll do that. What else am I going to need up here? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, it's a pretty good sized field. So for oil drill shafts, I'm already making drill shafts. I need to bring up steel, wire, and the motors. Stand on top of battery pallet, your FPS drops real bad. Really? Interesting, it does. You see that, Dave? Getting 25 frames a second. Drop 7 frames a second just standing on top of the battery pallet. 14. Get off. 31. That is interesting. Yeah, must be getting electrocuted. I mean, this spot here, I'm at 38. That's not doing anything. 22. Heat sinks seem to be another one. 40. 24, yep. Heat sinks are another pallet. Wonder what does that. Same with the circuit boards. Strange. How's it going, JD fan?
Hey, JD.
That is strange. Oh, where'd that truck go? That you over there? Yeah, I'm still using 25.
Yes, JD, I still haven't had an issue yet with my 33.
Oh, I had my mic off because I coughed. Yeah. The poly, it's because of your collisions when you're standing on those. They're very high poly, so it's. But I'm trying to find some replacement ideas for some of the higher poly pallets.
Even the batteries?
It's just that there's several collisions. Each battery has its own when it's turned on.
Yeah, well, yeah, that would explain it.
But the whole thing, we're working on it. That's some of the stuff I'm taking care of. The battery pallet will stay the same, but it's also the area you're in. There's so many around you.
It's just weird that you drop 20 frames a second by getting on top of the pallet versus not being on top of it, you know, standing right beside it.
Yep.
I've honestly never paid attention to it, so I never gave it much thought. I've never really looked at it that closely. Nah, this is about normal time for Dave. 10, 11 o'clock.
If he's up early.
It's early for you to get in chat. Normally, if you're up around this time, you're just kind of...
Yeah. I'm up.
Quiet. I should probably clean out the copper and aluminum while I'm here, but I'm not gonna. I will come back for it. I want oil derricks. Pumps. To Dell Electronics I go.
Mm-hmm.
Should probably get on the highway. Do that instead. Instead of weaving through everything else. TD. That was weird. Oh, flickering lines. I didn't realize that was textured the way it was. Is it a good or a bad idea to build all of the storage buildings next to the government building? Probably not a good idea. Well, I guess you could build them all together. I know Dave builds most of his together. Thank you for that follow, NBC Master Dad. How are you today? Question for a streamer. I know who's trying to set up walk-ons for his stream. How do you add the walk-on sounds? You have to go into your creator dashboard to where the extensions are and add the extension panel, which can only be done if you're affiliate or better. Really? What am I stuck on? What the heck am I stuck on? Seriously? Stupid truck. Question, you downloaded, you think all the right mods for this map off the website and the sawmills are all white. I would guess you're missing the assets file.
No, he's either missing the assets file or he downloaded the ones out of the 4X section.
Oh, that could do it too. Make sure if you're going to use the 16X map, you only have the mods for the 16X version and not the mods for the 4X. They are not compatible with one another.
Stick to the Pleasant Valley County section and make sure you also grab the assets file that contains all the text.
NBC Master Dad, thank you for that Tier 1 subscription. I appreciate that very much. Apparently they've moved up the timing of the storm, so most likely no work tomorrow.
We didn't get that much. I gotta go snowblow later this afternoon, but hopefully you don't get that much.
You guys are getting snow yourselves at the moment?
Well, we did. The storm that's that we have is going towards you guys.
Yeah, I'm getting hit with a storm tomorrow night into Tuesday. I guess is the timing of that storm. Up to a foot. Yeah, they're claiming 6+ here, but I'll believe it when I see it. The weather is way too inconsistent where I live. As I've had times where I've gotten a dusting here. You drive 2 miles north and you get 8 inches of snow. And then times I've gotten a foot and you go a couple of miles north and they get nothing. Got it last night, but changed to rain this morning. Oh, that's never fun. That does make for a really bad day. Huh. This is why I shouldn't be looking over to read chat as I'm pulling up to a factory. So he had the panel. How does he add the walk-on? For himself or for others? Wayne. Because for yourself, you just need to go down and do it like you would for anybody else. But again, it'll only work if you're affiliate or higher, because it goes off the subscriptions, which you can't do if you're not affiliate yet. Yeah, again, if he's the streamer and he's trying to add it, it's going to work the same as any other. You'd have the panel down below or the panel on the side of the screen, wherever you've got it set up to be. And then it's, oh, there's the button. Wrong button. And then you just have to add it like you would normally. His affiliate. He might also have to, depending on when he became affiliate, if he hasn't set up any of his, what is it there, all the payment information and stuff like that. He might have to go in and set up a bunch of his affiliate stuff. He's just added buyable sounds. Oh, the, yeah. Oh, the chicken dance ones? You have to go in and set those all up. Specific. There's a site that it'll bring you to where you can go through and find all of the different sounds and set the amount of bits you want for each one to be. It's part of the extension setup. Steel. Need a pallet of steel. Don't be difficult. There. Like that. Good enough. Take it slow. I'll see if you set it up. Yeah, with the sounds, there's a page that you've got to go to as part of the setup of the extension. And it will allow you to pick all of that information out. It's, it can be quite a process for that part. Yep. Yeah, I can understand that, Billy. Oh, somebody's getting some feedback. That you, X-Man?
I just turned my mic back on. Yeah, I had to plug my mic in.
There it goes. I said there's a lot of feedback all of a sudden. Thank you for that follow, D Man on Ice. Yeah, there we go. D Man on Ice 5. Amethyst Neon coming in with a tier 1 sub for 2 months in a row. Thank you, Amethyst, for that. Pallets, Tippy. Pallets, Tippy. Behave. Not a problem, Wayne. Glad he found it. Oh, where do I want to put all these light kits? I've got 3 of them. Guess I shall distribute them along, someplace up over here, I guess. Get them off the truck. Almost to my destination. This probably will not end well. Nope, of course it isn't going to fit through there. Give me the light kit. Pretty please. Yay, lights. How much steel did this place take? Aha, 18,000 liters, gotcha. There's more than one way to skin a cat, as they say. There, lights. Lights, camera, action! Wire. Need wire. There's a little button. There it is.
Working
Wire.
pallet.
Was that you kind of broke up there for a second?
Said I'm working on the wire because your wire pallet there is very high poly and we're getting a replacement.
Aha. I think I'll go drop this one over in at PMS because that's a nice dark factory to put something into. Now I have to start paying attention to where all the light kits go. I haven't bothered to this point because I haven't been able to make them. I was only a little stuck, Beretta. Only a little. That's what super strength's for. Gets you out of it pretty easy. Oh. Oh yeah, there's a little bit. Hard to see. Through the mountains, over the river, and through the woods. Well, faster exit from the highway, I guess. Saves driving all the way around the circle. That'll do it. Kind of a maneuver takes years of skill and practice. But when it's executed properly, it's kind of fun to watch. Okay, light kit. Where do you go? Right there, apparently. There, that's better. Might as well clean out anything that's underneath here. Does not appear to be much, but clean it out anyway. While I'm here. I have more packaging up here than I thought I did. Is packaging going to the Metal Plus storage, Dave?
Yes.
I
think
can't remember. Yep, it says PMS, so. It says PMS, so that's where I'll send it. Seriously, dude, where are you going? Why are you trying to turn around in circles? There, be that way. I'll leave you there for now. Leave you right there for now. It's a shame you can't get pallets back out as well as containers at some of the storage places. Oh, you technically can. The produce one kicks pallets back out.
Yeah, but like choosing between the two is can't do it. This.
Yeah, we're gonna blame that one on Giants. Forgot where I had this parked. It's gonna go over here. Has to go over here. Alright, there's that one. Okay, yeah, that's right. The single is running around doing its thing. Aha! I need to bring ore down here at some point. Alright, what do you set to? Regulars. Long. Long. Load of stuff that I could easily do smuckers, but they spawn out containers. How's it going, Joggy Wilson 54? You know what? I think I'm going to keep this one on regular. Take another load of nails out of here. I missed it. There it is. Get another load of nails out of this factory quick. Since I'm basically out of nails. That's better. I need to get one of my dump trucks. Oh, I also need to get a water trailer down here too. Run out of water. And in you go. Send you back off to Crystal Steel. What else am I getting? I get empty drywall at some point. Plenty of room for rebar too. Okay, good to know. Gotta get this sent back off before I forget. Gotta earn enough money to get my harvesters again. Sold them all off. Well, it's supposed to be a bauxite mine, so looks like it's a combination of bauxite and copper. If I had to guess.
Yes. What, that one there?
Yeah.
Oh, bauxite? It's got a mixture of, or, yeah.
As I say, the bottom
Texture.
of the mine here looks like it's a combination of the two textures. The sides is all bauxite.
It is. Because bauxite oxidizes into bluish color too. Just like copper does.
Then once it's refined down to aluminum, it turns white when it oxidizes. It's flaky.
Let's see.
This mine's gonna take forever to clean out. Forever, I say. Now that I know it's got like 1.5 billion liters in it. should get me back up to the point where I can buy my harvesters back. Oops, making a mess. Making a mess. That's better. Clean up my mess. There we go.
Oh, where's my pen? On the floor, I'm sure. This always is.
Where's your pen? You gonna take notes?
Yep. I'm trying to get a better idea of stuff. 577,536 polys on the wire that's sitting on the floor inside the wire company.
My controller died already. I just unplugged it an hour ago.
And I have a new pallet.
That's a lot of polys just for that pallet.
Well, it's several pallets, but they're the ones that are on the floor in the
Gotcha.
In the factory. There's 3, 6, 9, 12. So, with my new pallet,
That does tend to add up pretty quick.
Yeah, you think?
Is that inside? Are you at Copper by Design? Or are you at Dell or someplace right now?
Just Copper by Design right now.
Ah, gotcha.
But
sorry, Dave, that I missed your stream yesterday. Hope you can. Nico apologizes. He hopes you can forgive him for missing the stream.
Maybe think about it. I'm only kidding.
It's all right, Nico. You're not the only one. I missed his last two.
You missed mine too?
And Booms. I think this is the longest I've sat at my computer in the last, well, since about Thursday afternoon. Thursday morning. Alright, Port Washington. There we go. That will allow me to... No, excuse me. Can you move course play location on the screen? Yes, I believe. I don't remember how, but I think you can move it.
Look in settings once, but I've never moved mine. I like where mine's at, so I never experimented with that.
Yeah, I want to say there's a way of doing it, but I don't know. That one might be locked. I don't know on that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't either.
I know you can move auto drive by grabbing the bar. I thought there was a way to move course play, but that I'm not sure on. I was gonna say, we haven't seen you for a little bit there, Bodine, but it's alright, it happens. It happens. Regular pallets, around and around I go. Where I stop, nobody knows. Oh, if I missed Dave's stream because I'm in the UK, can't stay up past. Yeah. I can relate to that. There's days I can't stay up late either. Like last night, I think I was asleep by 9 o'clock. My wife and I watched a movie or something like that and then passed out.
I think that's pretty good in that one building alone. 577,000 polys down to 13,000.
That's a big difference.
Just on the wire pallets, but I got some decent wire pallets. I had to spend another $100. But that is a huge difference right there. I'm gonna do the same thing down in. I'm sure they're on the floor down in Dell Electronics too.
There is. I don't remember how many there is, but I know there is.
Yeah, the wire pallet was really high poly.
Same with Black Diamond. They're on the floor there too.
Yep. So here we go. Some more. Let's see. We have in this factory another 577,000 polys on the floor.
Yeah, that does not sound like fun there, Nico, getting stuck in stuck someplace because of curfew. That will take care of that. It's better, I guess. And there should be a dump truck over here. There is. Well, if it does stop the rioting and plundering, then that's a good thing. It's just too bad it has to get to that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it all started because of the curfew? Well, that's even worse. But I will admit, too, some of these curfews are kind of a little ridiculous, if you ask me. should have a truck attached to a water trailer. Clean out the copper and aluminum sheets quick. I've got to get more copper and aluminum. I should say copper and bauxite ore into Alcoa before I run out. Alright, good, they're all going in. Send you back to Starbucks, I guess. Or coffee factory, I should say. Got a truck attached to a water trailer around here somewhere. I know I do. There it is. There's the water trailer. There it be. Oh, I still need to add a silo up there too. Forgot about that. Gotta start moving my animals soon, but a few more steps to put in place first. Gotta put a few more things in place up there first. I need a silo up there. Almost there. That and a storage shed of some kind. Can't be placed there, really? What do you mean can't be placed there? Give me that. Nope, wrong texture, wrong texture.
I shall return in a few minutes.
Okay.
Roger that. Yes, there is a compost storage. It's not part of the actual mod pack, but it is on the PV mods.
It's
website.
mine. Yeah,
Yep.
Look under X-Man.
Yeah, look under X-Man. I think it's also under compatible mods too. Not a problem, D-Man. Holds, what, 5 million liters, I think, of compost?
It holds a lot.
I can't remember. Now that one's full. Ouch. Go empty this now. Send you down to PF's raw material. Empty out. This thing takes a while to empty. Do you still want to go late, stream a little bit this afternoon, by any chance, X-Man?
No, not this afternoon. I got too much stuff I got to do outside of playing PV today.
Okay.
So.
Oh. I probably only got another hour or so in me before I gotta go lay down. At the very least, go eat something. Take a little bit of water out of the pond at least. Top off the old trailer. That's right. It only takes out 100,000 at a time. That's better. Now I can go top off the old concrete steel factories. Lots of the old things here.
Why ain't that old?
How's it going, Fummins?
What's going on?
Oh. I was just about to run out of water down here. Alright, send you back to the quarry silo unload. I need limestone. Gotcha. Limestone it is. Remember when that sound used to frustrate me so much? It means I died again.
Well, luckily you can die. So.
No, and Mario hasn't used that that death sound in a long time. Erasing my other truck. Excuse me.
Let's see how much snow we're gonna get.
Well, we got the tail end of it. I got probably 3 to 4 from that same storm that's coming towards you.
Let's say another calling for at least 6+ where I am, but
16 to 22.
holy cow!
What the frig? Am I supposed to get that?
Yeah, probably. Yep.
I'm not even. And when?
Tomorrow.
Oh,
Tonight,
frig.
tomorrow, and Wednesday. I mean Tuesday.
How am I gonna get my rent check down to the freaking?
Speaking of end of month, I need numbers, Dave.
Oh yeah, I got to do those. How am I gonna get the rent check down there tomorrow?
Trying to look and see on this map where you are.
Let's see what it's calling for here.
Break out the snowshoes.
Maybe you might get 4 to 8.
That, or if they've got like a drop box where you could just drop it in today, I'd walk down today. Drop it in the overnight box or something.
They're saying from 5 p.m. this afternoon to 10 a.m. Monday morning. Total snow accumulations of 1 to 4 inches by late Monday morning. Tuesday, an additional snow of 6 to 9 inches. So we're looking at 7 to 13 over total. Then well, gonna be putting the boots on.
Yeah, see that one there isn't even calling for snow for me. Right there, Groundhog Day storm to drop. I think that's the one. Yep, 6 to 12 inches of snow. Stupid commercials. I don't want the commercial. Yep, there's the weather map for me. Be getting a solid 6 to 12. Monday night through Wednesday morning. I think Fern Dog's right on the edge of 6 to 12 too. Because he's down in this area somewhere. If I recall, Rockland area.
JD, don't say such mean things, please.
8 to 15 forecasted for you, Bodine. This truck is the Mods by 5.9 cat truck. With it's got the dump body. Oh yeah, you're halfway between me and Dave. Didn't realize my concrete factory's out of limestone. I ain't gonna produce any concrete that way. Good thing I got excess at the moment, but... I probably ought to empty my stone crusher too. Even though I think I have an excess amount of all those products. Shut that off there. So I've got everything planted now. Oh yeah, Port Washington. Then I can go buy my harvesters back at least. Before I forget and harvest season rolls around, then I'm wondering where my harvesters are. I did tweak the capacity a little bit. I want to say it came at 60,000 and I bumped it to 500. Martin, my coming in. Welcome, Martin. Or you've been here lurking and you just created the sound. That's what it is. I said it said created, not joined. How's it going, Martin? There, now I can send you back up to the bauxite mine. I'm doing okay, I guess. Better than I was the last couple days. We will say that. Do you have to change anything other than just capacity? A lot of times I change that and it just don't drive right after that. Probably what's happening is when you're changing the capacity, NBC, is that it doesn't, you're not adding the update mass. So, let's see. Click this button quick, come over here. Open this up quick. So, it's the Cat 680 AR. Open archive. Edit this. So for it to show in the store, there's usually something up here, but way down here, there's a lot of wheel options for this truck. Gotta remember that. Right here under... no, that's the diesel. I thought that's where it was. Oh, right here. So with the fill type, with the dump truck bed on it, it's got the bulk capacity of 500,000. You got to add this line right here. Update mass equals faults. If you add that to the same line as the capacity, it will make it so that the weight added through this capacity does not affect the truck. And it should still drive after that. Martin continuing their gifted sub from Wolfie. I appreciate that, Martin. Not a problem. Alright, harvesters. Time to buy some expensive harvesters. It's going to be number 1. Go with the grain tank light, the global positioning. Tires, I want. Go with that. No demo. Buy 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm trying to get out of the way. Nothing like dropping $4 million on combines. Gotta see if there's an update to these now. He added the 3D tracks, but he put the collision on them in the wrong spot. So the tracks sit in the ground. Eh. Yeah, they're an edit from SIID's X9. I don't remember who did it. That might be where I got it from, JD Fan. I can't remember at this point. Kind of annoying that the tracks sit in the ground, though. I have to...
Just,
Alright.
just increase the wheel size radius.
Yeah. Sure. I've never messed with that. You're talking Greek to me. I can't remember, it's been so long since I got them.
It's in the first couple of lines of the XML.
Yeah, it probably is. I've just never honestly ever messed with it. I've never had an issue with them having the S series having issues with course play. Mine have all worked fine. Oh, you stupid! I should have bought a corn header while I was down there. I'm gonna need one. I think for a couple of my fields. Number 2 needs to go in door number 2. Modded ones I have. Oh, that could be if you're having a excuse me, a conflict with some other controls. So it's number 3 going to door 3.
You'll have that happen with course playing some modded tractors or trucks.
Having a big traffic jam here at Johnson Farm. Yeah, the ICs. I gotcha. Okay, I do have 4 headers. I couldn't remember. What did I plant that I thought I needed a header for over here? Oh, that's right, the lavender. I need a header, I need a... harvester for the lavender. That's what it was.
Oh,
That's what it was. Couldn't remember.
I don't want to go outside and snow blow.
Hmm.
I know how you feel, X-Man. I used to hate snow blowing.
I don't mind it. It's just that it's cold outside. It's kind of easy with my 26-inch snowblower, but you know.
Yeah, I've got a plow and I still don't like to go outside and deal with the snow anymore. Leave you there for the moment. Alright, so I need something to harvest lavender with. That comes out in bales, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, why not? I'll buy one of those. Dealing with the lavender. Just not right now, because then I'll have no money left. I would probably agree with that, JD. Or Canadian. We'll throw that one in there too. Yes, or Canadian.
It had to be a Canadian that said they like snow.
That's an edit that Dave gave me for the John Deere one. That includes the extra fill types. I know he doesn't give that out to a lot of people because it would require having the John Deere cotton pack.
And it's packed.
Quack, 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 quack. Aminals. Why aren't my chickens giving birth yet? Okay. They'll be giving birth soon. 31% done with your contract. Should have cut more seeders before starting. Yeah, that's why I said I know when I was doing big fields, I had like 3 or 4 of them running, and it still seemed to take hours. It was no fun. Sheep. Hungry sheep. They do eat a lot, don't they? Bark, bark, bark. Noisy chicken. Roosters are noisy. I don't miss the rooster. Ugh, all day long. Should probably get rid of some goat milk at this point. Jeez, I didn't realize I had quite so much goat milk. When did they go nuts? Is it in over here? Goat milk. Guess I'll bring a load up to Borden Dairy. And then I will bring some more over to... Probably one of the ports somewhere. Thought you had a lot of hot spots. Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff going on at Johnson Farm, so... Doesn't do me any favors. You figure all the animal pastures alone, plus the construction storage and everything else. Dee 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 dee. Alright, so that's cow milk. Where's the goat milk? Oh, goat milk. There it is. Holy cow. It's way down this list. Davenport Aldi. Alright. Ouch. How do you get the factories mods? The only factories that work with this map are the ones from the mod pack. If that's what you mean.
And they don't work with other maps.
So all of these that you see DadgeNet mods come as part of the mod pack for the map. But they won't work with other maps. Just because of the fill types. This is PV County. It's a 16x PC only map. Yes, PC only. It's PV County. Hold on one second. I will link you right to the page. Follow that link. You'll need the map, the assets, and the mod pack. As well as the auto load script and the global company script.
I'll be back. I gotta see if the snowplow went through, and if not, if it did, I'm gonna go plow. So I'll be back.
Alrighty.
Alright, X-Men.
Alrighty. My drive up.
Dee 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 dee. Stop getting hooked on that other trailer, come on. That's better. That's better. Well, it was. That is the milling machine. The Frazee milling machine. Get that right off the in-game mod hub. I've tweaked its capacity a little bit, but not much. Mostly just the unload and pickup speeds. Alright, I think I'll send this one to Johnson Farm. I should probably make a... Johnson Farm, Johnson Silo. What else is at Johnson Farm? I have a quarry silo down there. And an unload down there. And I have a... what else is down there? Not desert, not the cow farm separate. Construction storage is there. Stone crusher is there. No. Pallet factory separate. Menards. I thought I had one for my... Maybe I got rid of that? Could have sworn I had one for my fertilizer, liquids. Or did I not put one in for those? Did I not put one in for those? Huh. I had at one point. What happened to that? Oh well. Could have sworn I had an auto drive route that went to my farm liquid silo. I did. Farm liquids. I'm not losing my mind.
Yet.
Yet, yeah, keyword. Oh, I will send this one, I think, also to Johnson Silo. that back off. On your way you go. I need money. I need money. Because I buy too much stuff. A little further. That's better. There's stupid cord. Is it already almost noontime? Holy cow. Oppies with another 70 bits. Thank you, Oppies. What in the heck is that at the end of that? Ah, stupid controller. Leave me be. PogChamp, huh? Shaky929 with 100 bits. Thank you, Shaky. Just digging up some bauxite. Oh, that's right. I needed to get something over and reload my... gotcha. Before I forget. Load this up. What's Fummins up to?
Just playing some Assassin's Creed.
Oppies with a boom sticker. Thank you for that, Oppies. Now that you have a graphics card that's not a potato.
Yeah, I've played it before. Not everything's on ultra high though.
Well, yeah. Now you've got stuff turned up. It's different. It's better. Thank you for that chicken dance, Oppies. I have a frog in my throat. Probably ought to send a truck up over and top off all my coal modules too. Oppies cheering another 100 bits. Thank you, Oppies. got what, the 68 or 6700, something like that?
I think it was the 67 XT. I don't know the AMD stuff.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Like
I remember you got an AMD. I can't remember which one it was though.
It's like a 2070.
Considering you had squat before.
Yeah.
Was it the 2070? I thought you went up a little bit higher than that.
5700 XT.
The 5700. That's what it was. Yeah, you're running an AMD, aren't you, Fumans? Processor?
No,
No?
I have an i7.
i7. Gotcha.
I will be.
That's what it was. I can't
I'm
remember.
gonna give it a go. See what happens.
I like mine. I've always been leaned more towards AMD over Intel, but that goes back decades, so.
I know Dave said he had a few problems, but
I always have problems.
we're not talking about mental.
Oh, what were we talking about?
Processors. AMD versus Intel.
Yeah, it can't overclock this one. I've tried. Blue screen of death. I've been okay as long as I'm not overclocked.
Yeah, I know with my particular processor they recommend not to because it's got built-in throttling that will speed the processor up to a point, so overclocking basically amounts to you lose performance versus the built-in. Why am I stuck in the middle of a building?
I think, I could be wrong, but I think I read like the new AMD stuff, you get more of a boost if you have both the graphics card and the CPU.
It could be. I don't know. I haven't looked at them too close. Not since I built my computer. What's this set to? Medium palettes, good. Set to medium palettes.
I mean, I'm happy with the graphics card. I mean, I don't have any issues. I'm not overclocking it or anything yet.
Linsky Starbucks. Where's my dump trucks at? Should have one sitting around here somewhere. Empty vote. I think my next graphics card, I might try one of the AMDs out. It's all going to depend on when I decide to buy it and how expensive they are. Yeah, I was looking at some Alienware stuff the other day, but I don't know how, what kind of quality they're running lately. Since it has been a while. You only get the
Bodine,
added boost with new generation of AMD stuff, and not very many games support the additional boost it's capable of. Aha. That very well could be Tundra. My
Yeah.
Alienware is a lot older than that, though. It's pre-Dell. At least the case is. The rest of it's been replaced many times.
Yeah, but I mean, they all use same parts. It's not like they make their own parts.
Yeah, well, it could be, I mean, like cases and stuff like that, but at the same
Yeah,
time,
the case, but
customer service and stuff like that. And if you've got a bunch of numbskulls working the production line building the things, I could foresee there being issues with the assembly.
Have you ever had a dream that
Bodine, do you have a Micro Center by you? Because that's where I got my card from. I just got it 2 weeks ago, maybe.
How's it going, cowboy? Started playing PC. I started with an Alienware R2 with a 750 Ti. I never had any issues. Yeah, I can't even tell you what mine is nowadays. It's I originally bought the computer in 2004, and I've been replacing components in it since. Run all AMD builds on a dual PC setup. One is last gen, one is the new gen. Cowboy coming in with a raid of 2. Thank you, Cowboy, for that raid. Top off Alcoa before I forget and run out of product. I have a feeling I'm going to run out of product at Alcoa. i7, 32 gig memory, RTX 2060. Nice. $250,000. Is that all I got in there for copper? Ugh.
Yeah, I don't think my i7 is holding me back. I just want to update it. Update it, really.
I don't know why it keeps blocking 10900. But it does.
Maybe he thinks it's spam.
I don't know. But I added it as a permitted term 8 days ago and it asked again.
I looked into
Nice.
them. They have them at Micro Center.
Yeah, the closest micro center to me is Massachusetts. I don't know, I've been an AMD guy for a long time, but it's been more... I was an AMD guy for a long time because they were always way cheaper than Intel back in the day. Now I know the prices are... I know recently they've gotten a lot more comparable, but I've just always been AMD, so I've never really given it much thought. So the old one's a 3950 and 5700 XT, 64 gig of RAM. New one's a 5950, 6900, 100. There you go, the Tundra. Send this one back to Johnson Farm.
Yeah, like I said, I went in there and they had them right on the shelves. They had an open 2070 Super, but I didn't want an open one.
I can't imagine it. Nice. Good to hear, Cowboy. Sorry,
It was
you
gone.
came in while I was in the middle of a bunch of conversations. Didn't even get a chance to ask. Use AMD for storage for cheaper, more cores. Where was I? Port Washington. Yeah, I know that AMD has always been more of the multitasking type processors, which I'm never doing just one thing on a computer, so that's why I've kind of always stuck to the AMDs. This one. There we go. Get this emptied out. Then I gotta send it up to the copper mine. Didn't realize I'm running out of copper at Alcoa. I thought I'd topped it off at one point. I guess I hadn't. Oh boy. It's a Boomhauer. Quick, everybody, stop talking about him.
I'm not gonna talk about him again. Been doing it all day.
How's it going, Pop Joe? And I need to go.
How's it going, guys?
It's going.
Not too bad.
Well, I'm amazed I'm still streaming, but I am.
Good day, Boom.
Hey, JD, Nico, how you guys doing?
Oh. I need to stop leaning forward. Yeah, Boom is kind of early today.
Yep.
Copper. You'll never take me alive, Copper. Let's see if I can actually make the tunnel from here. Not likely.
I better make an order to Instacart, or I'm not gonna have any caffeine here.
Could be bad.
Yeah, you're not gonna get it tomorrow. You'll be the rate you guys clean up your snow, you'll be lucky to get it again before the end of the week.
Hey, Bodie. I'm doing pretty good.
Down the hill I go. Into the mine.
I'm just happy I don't have to shovel snow at work tomorrow.
Well, that's always a good thing, not having to shovel snow. Shoveling snow is a pain.
Should I try the Taylor pork rolls again?
Yes.
It never
had
goes.
some. I
I
had some
never
this
get-
morning.
Check potatoes. Not I need. If I do, I need sour cream.
Don't forget to get some Hawaiian sweet rolls so that you can.
I've got lots of that. Some crab rangoon. No, I don't have any potatoes. I have to order some.
Where's that?
I'm gonna have to look into that Instacart stuff.
See if you're lucky enough to get it in your area.
Well, see, I thought it was a store thing. I didn't realize it was like,
Like, yeah,
I can't think of what it is.
DoorDash
Yeah, there we go. Thank
type
you.
thing.
Yeah. I thought it was like a grocery store out by him that did it.
Let's see. Yeah, they're not even in my zip code. That's funny. They're not even in my zip code yet.
What else do I want?
Much caffeine.
Ooh. You know what I'm gonna have today for dinner? A lemon pepper rotisserie cheese. For lunch.
Great.
There you go.
Come nice and warm.
You've already got 3 inches of snow today, Scurvy. That's not much. That's a small storm. Heck, I don't even bother trying to get out the plow until I've got at least that much snow. I don't know why I got out of the cab view. I've got so many tunnels to go through.
I bet you
well,
the Taylor ham doesn't make it. They always.
Got it. I'm on it. Don't you worry.
Not as fast as me. Gotta be quick, Boom.
I
they have
never
a-
get that.
I don't know. I've been getting them for a while, but it's probably because I haven't been streaming very long and I don't have I say a ton of followers, but you know.
Yeah. I don't remember ever getting them. Hey, Tundra, how you doing? And Martin, how are you? Sorry, I just still waking up.
Through the bumpy tunnel. As JD said, I got mine from TJ's Custom Edits. SIID is the one that did it.
Good morning, Shaky. How are you?
And yes, I did. I bought 4 of them. Set up the Nightbot to make them auto timeout. Yeah, I just ban them the minute they post something. Yeah, some people are just love getting out there to snow blow and stuff like that. Me, I wait till the storm's over, then I clean up. I don't bother with it before then. Unless I know we're getting a really big storm, which it's been a while since we've gotten one of those, I won't even bother. I've got 4-wheel drive, my wife's got 4-wheel drive.
If I order bagels, I need sour cream. I mean, cream cheese. But they're on sale.
That's how they get you. Auto ban them as well. Only takes a second to go from one screen to the next and hit ban. For as often as they pop up, I'm not going to sit there and try to set up the bots for it. Because I don't think I use Nightbot. I've got stream. I don't even remember at this point. I've only really been streaming for 2 months, so. I haven't taken the time to mess with a lot of the bots.
Just add $1.81 more from the products below and save an additional $5.
Add an extra 2-liter of Pepsi.
That's exactly on the list of one of the ones I could get. That would mean 9.
Oh well. You do that, you basically get 3 for free.
Yep. You've qualified. $5 off. My price just went down. Today by 2:30 p.m. What time is it? 11:30.
12:17. That's 2 hours. Is it really gonna take them that long?
It's busy, right?
I was gonna say it's probably
Sunday.
Yeah, so well, Sunday, and there's a storm coming too, so I guess I can understand it some. Like, I'm sure if I go to the grocery store right now, it's going to be packed because there's a storm coming.
Something went wrong placing your order.
Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh.
Oh, crap. Do I have a Wegmans card? They want me to put a card number. Saving. Well, dang it all.
Should have had that when you first went there. Why do they gotta wait till the last second to ask for it?
Yeah.
That stuff drives me crazy. Like if you like Sam's Club, everybody knows Sam's Club. You need to have a card when you go in.
Yeah, I don't have Sam's Club near me.
I'm all set. Yay. Boom. Hold on a minute.
Tell them to use their own card. There you go, JD fan. Use your own card. You can get the points.
Looks good. If you sign up for it. Hey, can I do advertising on your thing?
The heck are you planning on advertising?
If anybody wants to sign up for
Instacart.
Instacart, I get free money. And give 10 and get 10. I get $10 off for everybody that signs up with my promo link. Maybe I should just put it on the bottom of my stream.
There you go.
There you go. I'll tell you what.
But for
I'll put yours on the bottom of my screen if I get 30%.
yeah, right. There you go. I put it in open discussion for you if you decide to do it. Boo.
Okay.
Come on, climb the hill. Really? You're not going to be able to climb the hill?
Nope.
I'm pretty sure I put the really big engine in this thing too. Like, seriously? I want to get rid of all of these things if they can't climb a friggin' hill. Get up the hill.
Need some giggle juice.
Apparently. Oh, let's see. Not American Electric factories. There you go. Off you get. Yeah, not available in my,
Oh, look, I'm gonna see if it's available. It should be available here because they were talking about it last night.
There. Yeah, I'll have to tweak that. What did you say it was? The wheel radius?
Yeah.
I'll bump it up a little bit, I guess. Mess around with it at some point.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yep, I can get it.
There you go.
I don't. From these great stores. We don't have a Costco out here. Or a Bed Bath & Beyond.
If
Oh, they've got the Bush 12-ounce cans though.
Bolts and wheels when importing or exporting. Sometimes, Richard, it depends on how the model was done. And it depends on the program. Yeah, it all depends on the vehicle and the program that you're using.
Holy crap, that's expensive.
it does cost some money.
The Instacart Express is $100 a year after the 2-week trial.
Yeah, I bought that. Saves money because of all the delivery fees you save. Actually, it's interesting. I've probably saved well over that already, but I order twice a month.
Mm.
Yeah, it all depends on how much you're going to use it, Boom. If you're going to use it a lot, then yeah, you'll save, but...
Everything to
if you don't use it...
where is this? Oh, we got a wine shop out here. Huh. I had no clue.
The things you learn.
This.
Which
Vitamin
program will I
shop.
need to fix the tracks on the X9? For as far as fixing them to come up out of the ground, that's gonna be an XML edit. So whatever you want to edit them with the XML. Oh, where is it? John Deere. Help if I had it in the right direction.
They got Michelob Ultra too.
I don't order alcohol with mine, but you are free. No.
I don't drink.
That's the duals, crawler, Michelin brand. It's this radius number.
Yeah.
Be editing. JD36, so yeah, radius. Probably from 0.39 to like 0.41 or something.
Yeah, you could try that.
I'm sure it doesn't have to go up by much.
No.
But that's the number to edit. Nope. Shouldn't be Giants Editor. I'm just going off what X-Man said. I've never honestly ever messed with that, so.
No, you don't need G.
Should have a truck. There. That one. Not a problem, Bodine. Do-do-do-do. Drive down to the end over here. Off to the greenhouse with you. Decided to download Giants Editor and Blender this week. Yeah. They can be a little bit tricky to learn depending on what you want to do with them. Send you to Hilltop Farm. Oh, I'm out of goat food. That's not good. Need to go get more goat food before I forget. Let's get on getting some goat food. Oh, I think I'm gonna go till about 1 o'clock and I'm gonna call it.
Man, they canceled garbage for Monday and Tuesday.
Canceled garbage. Huh. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. If you ever need them, now they're there. Down to the store to get some goat food. Ugh. Not the best way to do it, but hey. It kind of worked. If only. But this isn't Grand Theft Auto.
But it could.
Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Where's my boat? That's far.
Where's your boat? You don't need no stinking boat. $13. It'd help if I counted. That should be the last pallet I need. It is. Look at that.
Oh, I'm being picked.
Yay! If only somebody combined Farm Sim, American Truck Simulator, and Grand Theft Auto into one. Well, we've got Farm Sim and ATS here. More or less. The Grand Theft Auto, I think it'd be a little bit,
Yeah, a little.
tougher to add. there, stupid goats. You've got food. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You've got food. Farmers shoot each other over fields. That would be interesting. My field. No, my field. Competitive multiplayer would have a whole new meaning added to it.
Steal their tractors.
Right.
Yep. Where did I leave this now?
Somebody had that, didn't they? Like, they stole your fuel.
I don't know. That I don't know.
Dave, didn't you have that in one of your maps?
No. I've never heard of it.
Ah! I've got a Domino sugar building started. Didn't expect it to have gotten so much so quickly.
Shayna is picking my order today.
Shayna.
Well,
Different.
She sounds hideous.
Sounds hideous.
She looks okay, but then again, the pictures are never great. They're very disappointing.
mm-hmm.
Welcome back, Nico. Pork? How do I not have any pork in here? I know I've brought pigs up here.
Apparently not.
Oh.
Can I?
Apparently I didn't bring many pigs up here is the problem. They've already processed. That's what it was. Oh, I hit the 5-hour mark. I was wondering why it went off then.
And some of us have already robbed Fort Knox basement.
Shayna just left my order.
She left your order?
Apparently, she didn't want to pick it. Probably said, "Oh, that Pepsi too heavy."
30
Possibility.
bottles of Pepsi. I ain't grabbing all that.
Jeez, I might need a cart for that. I'm not going to make any money off of that order. It's going to take too long. Take too long then. Goat milk. Get your goat milk.
Turn it around.
Need concrete.
Need concrete.
Mm-hmm.
What are you building now?
I'm adding on a platform for a train.
Aha.
I gotta get carbon.
That doesn't sound like Farm Sim.
Nope. So I can make some solar panels.
Solar panels. They're
Yep.
not as.
Yep.
They're not as
That way I
useful.
can move to the desert.
You need like a ton of.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like the solar panels aren't really all that great because they don't produce much. And then of
Well, I
course,
can do wind too.
yeah. But the wind you have to space out a lot.
Yeah. I just need something to start with that way.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
That way I can get a coal plant or diesel going real quick. Ow, that hurt.
Yeah, at the very least, if you've got a windmill or something, it'll run the miner for the coal to get up and running.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Coal is going to be a little tougher though because you don't have access to water as easy in the desert.
You got the beach right there.
There's that big pond.
Well, yeah, it's just not easy to get a lot of. I guess it depends on where in the desert you are, that's true. I suppose it does matter where in the desert you are. Are you going more central in the desert, Boom? Or are you going more towards the tall mountain?
I can't remember.
Can't remember, huh? Not able to continue to sub because I hit the wrong key in another stream, but I'll be back next month to subscribe to your channel. Oh, I appreciate that, Cowboy, but don't feel like you ever have to. Oh, what's the closest one to here? Is it Port Fitzgerald? There. So I take a slightly different approach to the desert than Dave does.
Hey,
I just do it all.
yeah.
One factory down.
Oh yeah.
Copper by design. Saved 1,313,860 less polys.
There you
Wow. It's a lot.
That's mostly from the new coil pallets and the new
Wire pallets.
wire pallet. But also clip distances adjusted. Collisions all checked and redone. Should run really smooth. That's just how I got a checklist that I go through to make sure I don't miss anything on each factory.
go. Yep.
There you go. If you can make similar gains, or even close to similar gains in some of the other places, it'll add up to a lot.
It's gonna add up to huge. If you think about it, I've already done adjustments on the drilling factory because of the pallets that were the same in there.
Yeah.
That one's already.
Did you stop for 2 seconds, stupid thing?
Nope.
Apparently not.
Not a chance.
I've already saved, without even getting to Black Diamond, 424,000 polys for the pallets.
Wow.
So
Sounds like so far by the time you're done optimizing. It's a very good possibility.
Yep, he's gonna be getting. He's already got the map under 1.2 gig, so
right,
there's
that's
a very good, and that's just early. There's a very good possibility that it'll be under a gig by the time he's all done.
I don't know, because I think that's where it's gonna stay. It might go down a little bit, but most of the graphics that are coming out. At this point, taking graphics out and putting them in the assets file is just not going to make any changes.
Right, it's just gonna make the assets bigger.
It'll just make the assets bigger. The key is to eliminate some graphics.
Yeah.
And
cut some of the graphics out and instead of having like 3 different concrete textures or 10 different concrete textures, use less concrete textures. The Ryzen 1700X will probably be an issue, soft stuff.
Yeah. That is a very...
your graphics card and the RAM would be fine, but that Ryzen 1700 is definitely going to cause you a lot of issues. Farm Sim, because of the way the game is coded, is very processor intensive. So it's going to rely a lot on your processor speed.
Maybe one day Giants will figure it out.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Hopefully that day is right now while they're taking all this extra time. Hopefully.
One would hope.
I would like to see where their sales are for the mobile farm sim. I mean, I would assume it has to be enough for them to continually make a mobile version.
Yeah.
But how much?
Well, they charge almost as much for that mobile version as they do for the version that's on PC. It's like, seriously?
I bought 18 for, I think, $5.
Is there there any reason auto drive won't appear in the game? Yes, when you like this menu here, when you first get into the game, won't show up until you turn it on, and I believe it's what, Alt 0? Yes, Alt, left Alt and 0 on the numpad will bring up this menu to show it on the screen.
But you have to be in a vehicle.
You have to be in a vehicle, yes.
Yeah,
make sure it's not a folder in a folder.
Yep. Hey, Billy, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good.
Ouch. Yeah, I would check those D-man and see what they say. If it's not zipped up properly, that'd cause it. Now, when you say appear in game, is it not appearing in your list when you're going to start your save game as a mod to select, or is it just not appearing in like once you get into the game? Not in list of selectors, then I would look. It's probably not zipped up properly.
It's likely.
I would have to say if it's not appearing in the game for you to select it as a mod, then it's not zipped up properly.
Soft stuff. I am running the 30.
You've got a Ryzen 7 3700X, same as me.
Right.
And the Ryzen 7 3700 is plenty.
Yep. If you want to go all out, you can get the 9, but it's not necessary. Unless you plan on doing other things with your PC.
Yeah. It's just Farm Sim is really it's really poorly optimized. It'll only use one core, so it doesn't matter if you've got a 6-core or a 16-core processor. It all depends on what that processor core speed is. If it's a 2.8 gig processor, you're gonna really struggle over something like a 3.9 or a 5 or something like that. That's why a lot of people prefer Intel for Farm Sim, because it's more
The cores are faster than AMD.
well, not only that, but you can overclock them higher. Not a problem, soft stuff. Oh, my back. Yeah, I'll go till about 1 o'clock. Another 7 minutes or so. And then I have to get off and take a break for a while. Maybe lay down. Because my back is not liking me sitting here this long.
I will be back on for between 5 and 6 Central Standard Time. About 6 hours from now. 5 to 6, depending on when I go live.
Send you off to the Starbucks. I don't know how much income I'm getting per hour from the Starbucks, but
I've got quite a bit. When I didn't have any money at all for that brief period of time, I think I pulled in like 2 to 3 grand.
Nice. Thank you for that follow, Marco84. How are you doing today?
Thought you went back to OBS.
I am in Streamlabs OBS. Why?
It says Elements.
Yeah, Streamlab puts it into chat for me, so I don't have to necessarily look at the screen or Streamlabs, because I've got my Twitch window open.
Honestly, all my stuff comes through Streamlab.
Yeah, I've got Streamlabs. It's just in the background at the moment. So I've got the mini feed that I can look at on Streamlabs, but I've also got my browser window open watching my Twitch feed. It helps with banning people.
I don't really have to worry about it.
Oh,
Kind of nice.
a lot of times I'm usually the only mod here. Oh, somebody sent me a
Right.
whisper. Who sent me a whisper? Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Someone sent me a whisper.
Where's X-Man?
He went out to
Fine.
snowblow.
Well, I was gonna say, what'd you do? Make him mad?
Nah, he went out to snowblow. Apparently he was planning on streaming this morning, but I didn't know that. So when I got up and when I woke up, I started streaming. I figured I'd stream for as long as I could. Yeah, that is true, Beretta, but I tend to stream at very odd times.
Yep.
So, right now, typically the only moderators I have beside myself are Boom, Dave, X-Man, Fummins. I think that's about it. So, if one of those guys isn't in chat with me, then I don't actually have any moderators.
And oftentimes, even when we are here, we're doing something else.
Yeah, so it's not a big deal for me to watch and do it all. It's not a big deal.
We try to pay attention on each other's streams, but it doesn't always happen.
Depends how busy.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm busy.
As I say, it depends on how much into a mod session Dave is, or making a map or something like that.
Hard to get good staff, right, Baroda?
I say the monkeys are going unionized. They're demanding more bananas now. Gonna have to start using elephants. Peanuts are cheaper. I know the capacity's too large. Wait till there's more cows. It'll even out. Stop warning me. Don't give in. That's right. Well, that's my negotiating tactic. If the monkeys start demanding too many bananas, I'm gonna go to elephants with the peanuts. I'll bring in the scabs.
I'll have to fly a rat outside your house then.
Yeah. Remember, according to Floyd, rats are smarter than all animals.
I bet you they don't come close to a bottlenose dolphin.
I mean, like Dave said, he was able to train his cat to use the toilet.
Yeah.
What?
It's not hard.
I had heard of it, and then I seen some when I was looking for litter pans because I wanted to get a different one. I seen the toilet training. I was like, if only I could do that.
It used to be a lot harder. Now there's actually people that have literally come up with special trays that you just drop on the toilet seat with a little bit of litter, so they get used to going there, and then you slowly start to get rid of the litter, and then they just poop in the toilet.
That's how I did it. Yep. Little plastic tray you fill up. But here's the thing. Getting rid of the litter didn't just do it for my cat. Once you take the tray out after the litter's gone, he wouldn't go. So we put the tray back in, and we cut a tiny hole in the middle. And then we kept making the hole bigger by cutting the plastic, and then it finally finished.
Yeah, that's what you've got to do. You've got to do it in stages, from what I've seen. Is you start out with the litter there. They'll use the litter box, and then you slowly start to make the hole in the litter box bigger so that they start getting used to not having as much litter underneath them. And before you know it, they're just going in the toilet without any litter at all.
If I could do that, that would be great, but I can't. Especially now, because they took the... Finally, after I'm getting ready to have a baby, they take the gate upstairs down. My niece just turned 7 this year. And they just... I was like, seriously?
The flushing thing is a different story.
Right, you still gotta do that.
That cat... No, my cat would flush too, but my cat was weird. He would mimic you when you were brushing your teeth. He would take his paw and he would go across his mouth when you were brushing your teeth, and then when you spit, the cat would make a spitting noise into the sink. So he picked up on stuff. It was really weird to watch, but it's true. The cat was crazy. He was pretty smart.
I've seen where some people have basically taken like a foot pedal almost and stuck it next to the toilet with a string to the flush handle. And then when the cat used the litter box, they taught him step on that and they'd get a treat. Before you know it, they learned too when they were done the litter box, step on the little pedal.
Ours just like to copy what you did all the time. That's why he was able to flush.
How much effort do you want to put into it is what it comes down to.
Right. Right.
That's all it boils down to.
Pretty much.
Oh,
yeah.
It's after 1 o'clock. I told myself I'd stop at 1. The things you learn in streams. I find myself getting into something before you know it, I just keep going.
Sounds
Apparently
like
you
Dave.
never seen the movie Meet the... I say...
Oh, the Falkers?
Yeah.
Little over pronunciation there, boom.
He doesn't have thumbs.
What the heck? My woman bailed on my order and nobody's picking it, and it's already supposed to be here in a half hour.
Huh?
Sounds like you need a new woman, Dave.
Call and complain.
I'm supposed to get express member delivery here.
I wonder what happens when that doesn't happen.
All I know is I only got a half a glass of Pepsi left. They better hurry.
Ruh-roh.
Be drinking coffees.
See, I try to limit the coffees I drink
I
to
do
one
too.
a day.
A couple a day.
Yeah, but you also are drinking the small ones. I get the big. The full size, I should say. Come on, autosave today. There we go. Autosaves are taking forever now. Free groceries.
Free groceries. I don't think there's a free
Right.
if not delivered within a.
Yeah, it's Domino's.
How far I've walked to the nearest gas station? Dave is a ways, I think.
Yep.
It's
A couple blocks.
I'm
Yeah,
about-
it's pretty far for Dave.
It's about 6 blocks away, but it's too dang
Too
cold to
cold.
walk that far. Oh, Shane is back on my order.
That a girl. She finally decided to suck it up.
She probably couldn't abandon it.
Mm-hmm.
I can message my shopper. I'm gonna say, WTF, Shayna? You got to be
Right.
here in a half hour.
Right. I'd be like, are you gonna be here in a half hour? Cause I got stuff to do.
Yeah, well,
Well, I'm sure once they've taken the order or whatever, they can't just ignore it or abandon it
I
without some
wouldn't be
consequence on
surprised.
their part.
well, she did disappear. She's back though.
I wouldn't
She
be
had to go to the bathroom.
surprised. You're right.
I'm
No
sure
excuses.
there's a
Don't be
penalty
making
on their part if
excuses.
they, if they accept a job and then abandon it. I'm sure there's a penalty on their part.
She's gonna have to do me favors when she gets here.
Like,
Leave
what,
it.
drop your food off?
Yeah, you know
Put it in the cupboard for you.
Right.
exactly. What were you thinking?
Maybe cook for you.
Thanks, Fummins, for your wisdom that you taught me because it helped fix lots of things.
Well, that's it, you.
Decal layers.
The
I didn't
decal
realize it
layers.
could be used on building. And it's helping with the flashing around the windows right now.
I told you that.
Yeah, you did. Don't you remember?
Fun is like,
Sure.
sure.
Yeah, you did a while ago. It was a long time ago, but I never realized it could be done on building. So all the flashing around these windows, I don't have to do anything but just put decal layer 1 on the window trim. And it's also what got me able to do the buildings that light up in the city.
Now, if only you could do it to a lot of the roads so that they stop flashing.
I did. On the other one, I haven't done it in this map.
That's what I was gonna say. I know you did it
Yep.
to the other map.
Maybe we'll get there, because that would help. Do. I figure, how many factories are in this map?
A lot.
A lot. I lost count.
Well, if there's 100 different pieces, and I did one a day, that'd be 3 months. So I got to crank out a lot more than that. You know what I mean?
If you
Right.
if you do like 3 a day, you'll still be a couple weeks, but it won't be that bad.
I'm on my second one already. Some of them will be easier. Some of them are.
If I
Nah.
need to do anything to the coffee factory, let me know.
Oh, you didn't know?
I don't. I'm gonna take a look at it. It's hard to say. I have to check
I've got-
clip distances to make
Well,
sure
in-
everything that's inside should not be viewable much further from outside.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Well, I've
So-
got to. It needs to be changed on some pieces because parts of the building show up before others. Like I think the roof shows up before the walls and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I did the
Well, that's not too
that's
uncommon.
that script after it came out for the clip distance, and
She left my
I
freaking
lowered
order again.
I lowered quite a few.
This is the Tree Maverick by Farmer Boys Modding.
Better call and complain.
I don't know. Thinking. I was waiting for Shayna. Now I'm gonna do WTF Shayna when if she pops back up there.
Right.
Not a problem, NBC. Yeah, this one here you have to get off their Facebook page, or they've got a website. I don't remember which. I want to say they've got a Facebook page. It could have been a website. It's a Monday on a Sunday. My brain doesn't want to function.
You know where else that's gonna help as I go through here?
Thank you, Bodine.
On the flashing of the layers on like Cargill from a distance.
Oh.
Yeah, the winery's got quite the draw distance on it too.
Yeah, we're getting room.
So does
Well,
Aurora.
Well, a lot of them, the buildings themselves are okay to have a draw distance.
Yeah.
It's the frame, so we're checking them.
I've
Just
never really
wondering.
paid too close attention to the winery. The only reason why I notice at this point is because I'm grinding trees as I'm driving away from it, looking back at it, going, geez, that's a ways back there.
The idea is to have the shells visible from far away, but not the little pieces like windows and stuff.
We're full. Oh no. Oh no.
At this point, I'm just curious when it's actually going to disappear now.
I don't know if I set the winery, to be honest with you.
Alright, well, I mean, it's just a curiosity at this point to me now. I don't think it's not a very textured, detailed type building, so. Just now that I'm already this far, now I'm curious how much further I've got to go before it disappears.
Mm-hmm.
You figure I've got it set next to Home Depot. And I'm now further than the end of Field 89. When will you actually disappear?
Never.
Yeah, Aurora is pretty far, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I like it when you can see it over the river. We're gonna see what happens when we get there.
Well, at this point now, I can't tell. I'd have to be up on the roadway to see, but I'm as far north of as I can get within the bounds of the mountains. Oh, awesome! I was just picking a number out of thin air on that one. I forget. So thank you, Fummins, for pointing that out. And I guess I picked the right number. I'll just have to remember to put mine in.
Yeah, I said you don't really go much.
Oh yeah, when I was saying 0.39 for a number, I'm like, maybe up by 1 or 2, because it's stuck in the ground just a little bit. So. Nice. Yeah, I'm alright with them still being a little bit in the ground, because you would imagine they would still go in the ground a smidge. But having the ground show through the top of the bottom part of the track, that's annoying to me. Because they wouldn't sink in the ground that far. Alright, I'm going to leave this thing here. And I'm going to see about raiding somebody quick. Save my game before I forget. Alright, who is on right now streaming? Oh, MP7 is on. So let's go give MP7 a raid.
Still streaming? Holy crap.
Oh, he
Just
was
started
in.
a little bit ago.
I was gonna say he was in here at one point. He just started. He just started. So let's. I should have him on here. Yeah. Let's go give MP7 Reaper a raid quick. Hit the button. So thank you all for coming and hanging out, and I appreciate that. Oppies with the bits and the new follows, and we will catch you. Not a problem, I forget. Have a good day, everybody, and might catch you later in Boom stream. If not, Boom will catch you later.
Have a good one, guys. We'll see you in a couple hours.
See you later.
Alright, hit that button. Hit